Hey, hey Andromeda. Hey, everyone else. So yeah, welcome on in. We're gonna be doing art today. It's gonna be a bit of a sensory-friendly stream. So, hold on, is my mic even picking up? I'm being a little bit too quiet, I think. Let's see here. You weren't ready for the sleepy jump scare. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we're doing art today. Trying something a bit different. Um, the sleepy picture is actually on my iPad, and I'm wirelessly transmitting it to my PC. So we'll see how this goes. Gonna be a bit of a low energy stream today. Don't really have my normal pills that I take. Of course, it happens on a Thursday. But yeah, we'll be following the Pomodoro timer while drawing. So I'll be taking breaks every 25 minutes. Yeah, wirelessly. Basically, I'm hijacking Apple's whole screen share thing on Windows. So, but yeah, sit back, relax. I'll chat with you if you want. I'll also be drawing, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this timer and get us started on our way. Also, Sil reminded me to add closed captioning. So if at any point you want to watch and you don't have audio, the closed captioning should work now. Go ahead and start in three, two, one. Thank you, Ott, for the follow. Hey, Bob, welcome in. I need to add a nickname for Ott so it actually comes up as Ott and not Autolist. I have Chatterino installed, so I show nicknames. You two are cute. You can't be doing that. I was completely caught off guard by that. Oh. Ah, yes. Cock for the dick. But yeah, I'm just doing a quick art piece. This is something I was working on for weeks for Sleepy, but vacation got in the way, and then I started streaming, so didn't really have a lot of time to finish this up for Sleepy. Just a pure fan art. They're not paying me or anything. I don't think my art's good enough for people to pay for. Poisonally speaking, you may think otherwise. sit back, relax, and chill, and we'll vibe through this Thursday together, yeah? Whoa, gotta get used to that. Apple changed up how they handle things recently with their windowing. It's really wonky. Did it again. Oh, you know what? I know how I can fix this. Turn it off. There we go. Okay, yeah. There we go. That's a gold color. Which one is this gold color? just a minute while I get things figured out here. Let's see. I think Sal sent it to me a while back. Oh Lord, that was like 3 weeks back. Come on. Let me just check Sleepy's. I think Sleepy has preferences. Star Idols. What's that? Whoa, what's with the unregistered? Let me show my screen again so you can see what I'm looking at here. So, it looks like Sleepy has pink eyes. That's so rough. Anyone with color vision want to help me out here? Oh Lord. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and save this to files. Yeah, Phyllis, what's up? What color is Sleepy's eyes? Is that a pink? Like the color in their eyes, the lower half. That looks pink, right? Okay, pink. Awesome. So that would probably be the middle, right on the middle area on the top here on the palette. Okay, I believe that's pink. All right, thanks, Odd. Colors are hard when you can't see them. Let me go ahead and get back to the art piece. You cones do be coning you. Okay, so that means this one here is the ice. Thanks again, Hot. You are a lifesaver. Otherwise, I would be guessing till the cows come home. I think it's the same pink for the ribbons, actually. The hat is the same color as the outfit. I've known quite a few colorblind programmers in my career. Yeah, a lot of colorblind people end up giving up on doing stuff like art and start going into hard science stuff. Because where art is multiple colors, you mostly have to deal with like 6 colors in programming total. Most of those are for like error catching and stuff, anyways. So it's a bit of a different swath, you know? I will say, since I started working in programming, they've had me do a lot of document work, and immediately they realized I was colorblind on one of the reports that I made. I said anything that's highlighted in yellow here is what we need to cover today. And one of the ladies goes, I see both yellow and green. What's the green for? I go, wait, there's green on this page? Crap, I'm colorblind. I'm sorry. And that was a fun moment realizing that um, neon colors really sucks for colorblind people. Yellow, exactly. Yellow and second yellow. No kidding. That's why usually whenever I pick colors to use in in Excel or Word, I usually stick for either pinks or blues. Orange is fine as long as it's a little bit more distinct than yellow. That works too. Let me. I have my shift on? Oh, so much easier. There we go. But yeah, color blindness has always been a hurdle to get over. Okay, it's white everywhere except for the start stuff. God dang it. Gonna have the color in that wing by hand. And then the star on top is also gold. Should be a quick drag and drop. Color's the strap. Seems like it's also one of the lighter pinks. This one on the right. This one here is bag. Ah. that's on this, it's gonna get so much easier from there. Oh, flats are the worst. Let's go this way. Oh. Alright, first break. Oh, my spine. Oh, my spine. Oh, my spine. If anyone's here and they're following along with the timer, go ahead and get a good stretch in. Maybe get a sip of water. Or in my case, beverage. Speaking of, I need to reload. I'm gonna mute the mic so you don't hurt your ears. There we go. I don't know about y'all, but my back has been killing me today. Everything's been kind of falling apart today, but that's okay. It's a Thursday, and if it's gonna happen on a day, it's gonna happen on a Thursday. I just realized there's a line here that I need to fix. Yeah, me too. My right shoulder, I have a torn ligament in, so every once in a while it'll just flare up. And when I wake up in the morning, it's usually pretty creaky. So I feel that. Should probably taking a leave. I got a bottle right here. Hopefully it's not coming over the mic too hard. Oh, that's wild. Yikes. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. That sounds rough. Is it like an everyday thing, or is it like a if I do too much work it flares up, but if I just lay around and do nothing, nothing happens? It's a nerve issue? Okay. Okay, then yeah, I feel that. If I with my shoulder, with the torn ligament in my shoulder, if I do any amount of effort aside from like lifting my backpack, and even my backpack can cause it sometimes. My shoulder will just start flaring up with intense pain, and I have to like take a leave and lay down for a bit for it to fix up. So if it's anything like that in the level of pain, I am so sorry you have to deal with. Oh, excuse me. I don't know if that came through mic, but that was a big burp. But yeah. Okay. I hope you take really good care of yourself, Hot. There's only one Knot in this world, and I don't want it to go away, you know? Oh, that's at least good. I know as I get older, I'm gonna have to start doing like stretches every morning. I might have to pull out the Wii Fit U and start doing yoga exercises when I wake up. I know that make Andromeda absolutely grumpy with me, but I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Hey, if they work, they work. That's the important thing. Your body's a machine. You gotta take care of it with maintenance. Right. That's the brake alarm. Go ahead and fix this line now that it's stared at for 5 minutes. Okay. Big visualizer. Mood. Although I'm a big fan of the chicken egg rolls, like what you get from Panda Express. Those are delicious. I could eat a chicken egg roll every day of the week. Honestly, when people see me go to Panda Express, I usually get the most like completely weird dish. I end up getting chow mein, a double order of chicken, grilled chicken teriyaki, and then I get a chicken egg roll. Let's see, local place home. Let's see, immigrants. Oh yeah, I'll tell you this, huh? Where I live, there used to be a place called China Bistro. It was a old Taiwanese couple, and they were so sweet. Very small, very sweet. And they made the absolute best Chinese slash Thai food I have ever had. And it was just a local joint with a couple that just ran the entire place, and like I think the daughter ran the front. Those always end up being the best restaurants to get stuff from. So I'm glad you found one of those for yourself because those are kind of rare nowadays. If I ever come visit in any sort of weird version of this world where I actually get to travel, I would love to go get some egg rolls to see what they're like. I do live relatively close to a privatized airfield. Yo, Thai fusion though is so good. Okay, so I'm gonna ramble a little bit as I draw here. Um, Back when I lived in Dallas, Texas for a little bit, we had a Thai restaurant that we went to for a long while, and like the yellow curry there was absolutely amazing. I love curry. I love any sort of spiced gravy with food. It's so good. But yeah, the Taiwanese place I went to had they would give you for like $10. They would get you either a couple of spring rolls or an egg roll, and then they would give you a plate with a full bowl of rice that we put onto a plate, and then a separate bowl of like yellow curry with like potato chunks and all that, and like a really well cooked chicken. And when I went one time with some of my yeah, heck yeah, exactly. Um, so when I went with my Indian coworkers, they just what they ended up doing was they're like didn't say this is how you eat it, but I was watching them because I always watch people when they eat because I want to see if I'm following the right way for eating it. They press down in the middle of the rice to create like a little bowl, and they started just pouring the gravy and chicken into the rice and then scooping and eating it that way. I'm like, no way. So from that point forward, anytime I have Taiwanese curry and rice, I eat it that way. Oh, sorry, ad break. Give me 2 seconds here. Oh no, it's not gonna let me do that. Let's see here. I want to copy and paste it, but it's not gonna let me. Copy. Layers been copied. Correction. Oh, that sucks. Hold on. Wait, can I do? Alright, chat. Let's try some experimentation. If I go like this, right, then it takes it up from there. No way. Yo. I'm learning stuff, new stuff from this all the time. Holy cow. Yeah, there it is. That's wild. That's so wild. I just took that from a completely different image and it just transferred in. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Let's figure out how I'm gonna get this pattern. Patterns. Oh yeah, it looks cool. The trick is to make it seem like to have their character way overdeveloped, but seem like it isn't overdeveloped. Those usually end up being the most masterful ones. I'm like, wow, this feels so natural. Yeah, that's the point. Alright, let's keep on moving. Let's see here. Not bad for eyeballing that one piece. There we go. Go ahead and delete these. I forgot that, didn't I? I did. I got the general gist of it though. There we go. That's not bad. Okay, one thing I've been dreading to do because colorblindness prevents me so. There's an eye design right there. Closer look. Okay, so that's the hair right there. So Sean has one primary stripe in the front with ancillary stripes going down in a pattern around all the way to the back. Looks like a gap about just shy looks like about a gap of about 3 to 4 inches between each color strand. First, let's get the front strand, then work it on the second layer, make it easier on myself. Oh, fine, break time. Wondering why I'm putting a Pomodoro timer on for art. It's because if I don't, I'll completely shrimp over, like Detroit become shrimp. Maybe even the irradiated ones from Walmart. So yeah, if I don't take a break every 25 minutes, I end up getting in a lot of back pain. So yeah, buddy. Feels nice. I think I'm gonna go ahead and run some ads now while I take a break. I'm gonna get up and kind of pop on over to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be right back. I know, right? Taking care of yourself? It's so overrated. All right, there we go. Welcome back. Yeah, no, imagine taking care of yourself. Gosh. Went downstairs, gave Andromeda a good hug and a smooch. Anyways, we get back to the drawing here in about 15 seconds. So I'm just gonna kind of plot my course. It'll be fun. And here we go. Drawing. Hey Otto, you there? Andromeda got really grumpy with me calling you sweetie. So, I love my sweet bean. Yeah, well, yeah, they don't even like me calling you Sky Sweetie. It was so grumpy. It was really cute. Andromeda's always grumpy when they're cute when they're grumpy. See, according to the lines, it would be about here to here. How that JPEG? Yeah. uh, Twitch making that link. Oh, I'm using an app called Chatterino. I can't actually see the link. That's kind of scary, actually, from a moderation standpoint. What is pow.jpg? You got my interest now. Let me open up my dashboard. Browser. Ooh, where's my pen? What is pow.jpg? Just 404s. Takes me to the Wikipedia Commons for pow.jpg. Okay. Hey, it gave me a Wikipedia article image. So I'm gonna go ahead and just post this in stream chat. This is what I found typing pout.jpg. I know, right? It's actually a pretty good reference. Like for art, I might want to use that at some point. Smug. Well, you might not be my sweetie or my size Sky Sweetie, but you're always my flyboy. Not the flyboy. Floating around through the skyverse. You are pretty fly for a white guy. Literally, like you fly. Pretty for a white guy. I don't know where I'm going with half of this. It's not like I have room to talk. I am as white as snow. Again. These emotes. You are such a gremlin of a person. You collect so many like animation gifs and like emoji. You always surprise me with the stuff that you come up with. I don't know how you do it. High energy photo connoisseur. That should honestly be a proper title. You would own it so hard. If I had more control over the server, the Discord server, I would totally make that your role. In fact, let me copy that exact sentence. I'm gonna put it in my to-do list. Let's see, role. Yeah. Synergistic solutions engineer. Is that like a meme or something? Yeah, you're the only one. I think this here is quite right, and it's strand. Looks like here it flays out from the center outward in a curved angle. So it'd be more like this. I don't remember. I was probably leveraging synergies to create win-win scenarios for key stakeholders. You're speaking Chinese to me now. I have no idea what you're saying. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just throwing together business jargon. Okay, so I wasn't supposed to understand it. Got it. I think people find it quite jarring when I can say very profound things, but at the same time, if you come at me with anything too complex, my brain just absolutely just flatlines, just blue screens. You know, that's why I have the blue screen command. Does the blue screen command even work? I've never been able to test it. Okay, so it has some bugs. I know, right? Let me put that in my fix blue screen percentile. I have a channel in the Megabit server for Andromeda, and I have our Discord stuff. Information overload is a real thing. Then my brain goes, no thoughts allowed anymore. Yeah, like you haven't seen me play any like what's it called games, like puzzle games. But as soon as I get hit with anything more complex than like a block puzzle, like my brain thermal throttles. Like just, it is not pretty. I have full blue screen. Blue screen. Okay, is that all the colors? Am I done with the colors? Yo, I feel like I'm missing something. Am I missing something? I have some issues with some complex frameworks. I work with them. Oh yeah. See, Yeah, that's why I just use the tried and true measure of if things are too complex, I just turn them into like separate tools that have a singular function, and then I just use those tools of functions. Yeah, I really need to add like I need to get a picture of my face with the blue screen on it and turn that into an emoji just for whenever I blue screen. Maybe I'll make that a tier 1 emoji because I've run out of emoji slots for the followers for right now. Alrighty. So I gotta ask myself a couple of key things. Ask myself a couple of key things. One, which direction's the light coming from? Two, what direction's the shadow coming from? And three, what level of shading do I want to add to this? Intensity. Given that Sleepy is bent over, let's see, what is the contrasting color tool? Purple, I believe it's yellow. Hold on, let me look at a color circle. Color circle. Color wheel, sorry, not circle. That works. Okay, so it says here in between is it red is green, yellow is purple. Yeah. So if I wanted to make a right of this is going to be in shade. Anything to the left of the light is going to be in light. Give me a good reference to work with here. Select the white layer and then invert. Keep everything masked to the side of the actual image. And then, should I airbrush this? Conventional wisdom says that I start with a heavy brush and work into airbrushing afterwards. At least I picked a nice vibrant yellow to be able to see with. Let's start with. So, if you're still here and wondering why I'm doing this the way I'm doing this, because of my color blindness, it makes it really hard to tell differentiations between light and regular tone in some cases, unless I get really, really contrasty. So, I've devised a way to do it without having to worry about my color blindness. This is through years and years of practice and understanding what my eyes can and can't see. And as a result, it looks this way. Watch. Okay, so here's the fun thing, right? It looks really, really yellow, almost like Sleepy got hit in the back with like mustard, right? I go into here and I go into soft light. Then immediately it fixes itself. And then of course, if I want to ease up on it so it's not so hard white still, I can actually dial down the opacity of the soft light to what I need it to. But yeah, so when I'm drawing, I don't have to draw in, in the actual tone I want for the lighting. Instead, I create a lighting layer with the actual light source, turn it into a soft light, and that works perfectly. So, if you have friends who end up drawing, but like they're really afraid to color, this way has helped me a lot, and it's really, really nice to work with this way. And it makes sense environmentally because essentially what you're doing with this layer is you're creating the light source hitting the object in those areas. I've talked to a few people about the way I do things. They said, well, that makes sense. It's just so different. But then I've also talked to some people and goes, oh yeah, that's what I usually do. I'm like, excuse me. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and slather Sleepy up with a giant coating of mustard. And then we're gonna slap them up with a giant coating of ink. Then, after slapping them with mustard and ink, I'll be able to also add a little bit of a airbrushing effect. Quote. Mario let himself go. I really need more quotes. The first day people were here, they did a lot of quotes, and then they kind of stopped after that. Thanks. appreciate you. This actually looks a lot like honey mustard colored. I love honey mustard. It's something I want to try, right? So I believe you can duplicate brushes. I'm gonna rename this one. How do I rename it? Not gonna work. Okay. I believe it's not just stipulation. It's. So you're gonna see me get into the weeds here for a second. I saw a tip online about how to work with this properties, maybe. Yeah, here we go. So with smudging, and you know, if you were to do it on whatever app, hi unregistered. I didn't realize it was going to say unregistered every once in a while. It doesn't say it on the thing though, which is weird. Hi. Andromeda just walked past the office, into the office. Gremlin.
Hi, chat.
Oh, careful! Ow, my ears. Ow. Sorry for that, chat. Andromeda's just a little bit energetic. How do we set the name of this? Properties? No. I can make it metallic. Yo, I gotta keep that in mind for some other time. Anyways, what I can do now, since I made it a smudging material, right? Hey, sweetie. I believe, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do here, just because now I have Look at that. Nice and easy. I can just go around and blur up everything. Smudge, 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 smudge. This should work nicely. I might need to increase the radius actually. That helps. I might need to go over it with an airbrush. No, not break time. Not so soon. I say that, it's been like 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna do a quick audio check. Do I want to drink? I mean, I've been sipping on this Diet Cola for a while. But if you want to come bring me a drink, I wouldn't mind. Nice change of pace. Let's see. Hope my mic is coming through. Oh, that sounds so good. Ooh, I'm gonna stretch. Okay. Andromeda's over here being all cute and junk, wanting to get me drinks. Yeah, I must say I have 3 boxes of Diet Coke in here. But if you want to give me a change of pace, I'll have that too. I'm not going to complain. You have to get your own drinks right now? By the way, how's my mic quality coming through? Is it alright? I'm gonna test it, see how it sounds. Oh wow, I'm really quiet, apparently. Kind of. I'm also just not very high energy today. I wonder if there's a mode. Pardon my. I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. How's this sound? I wonder. Oh no, that ducks even more. Give me a second. Okay, how about this? Let me check. Wow, it is not picking up easily for some reason. Although, I wonder if this works. Give me a second. Hello? 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 Hi, Aunt. Hi, Andromeda. 3D mic. Oh. I might just need to turn up my mic gain a little bit or something. Testing. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, this mic has stereo support, so I can totally just talk in your left ear if I want to. You have a compressor on, so you can't hear most of the adjustments I'm making. That's fine. What I ended up doing is I just kind of boosted my input gain a little bit. The gain on my actual microphone is set to max, and I kind of dial a lot of it down because I'm trying to eliminate most of the stuff. Delicious software compressor. Nom 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 nom. Oh, apparently that was one round of Pomodoro. So I'm going to go ahead and start another round in 3, 2, 1. There we go. But yeah, it's nice that you have your own audio filtering software. I use something similar a lot of the time for mine. I run everything through a gamut of different compressors and adjusters. Which makes it really hard to troubleshoot audio by yourself. Because people are like, I can't hear it properly. And I'm like, I have it like at 50%. Is that not enough? I do it because of my sensitive ears, and even then, sometimes I still get hurt by it. I couldn't tell you the amount of times where I've been part of a raiding party going into a stream, and then just instantly get overwhelmed by the audio. Yeah, whittle baby ears. That's what I got. I got whittle baby ears. One thing that I always thought was interesting was what's it called? I can like that for a little bit more support. One thing that I always found that was interesting is people when they're blind or they have some sort of deficiency with their ability to process data, they usually have some other process. So instead of sight, sound, or instead of taste, touch, that sort of stuff, they end up having a little bit more of a acuity there. So like I'm colorblind and I'm also autistic, and as a result, my hearing goes through the freaking roof. You know? So I often think there's some sort of correlation, and that's why I have such sensitive ears a lot of the time. You can hear forever? What does it sound like? I've always been curious what forever sounds like. I always thought it sounded like Andromeda, because Andromeda and I are going to be together forever. Blowing wind? Okay. Like each other 5 ever, more than 4 ever. I mean, yeah. I made this joke to Andromeda the other day. I heard online of something that was air quotes supposed to be more intimidating than I know where you live, and that's I know where you sleep. And so I used that one on Andromeda the other day, and they're like, "What? Yeah, I know. I know where you sleep." You had a drill instructor who yelled at you? Wait, you had a drill instructor? Are you military? What? Sorry if it's prodding, but I'm just curious. Oh, I didn't know that. I've been talking to you for what, like 2 years just about now, and I still didn't know that? That's wild. I mean, it makes sense. That was 15 years ago? Wait, how old are you? I know it's a really rude question to ask, but... What? How old are you? So old. 37? 37... That was 15 years ago. Active duty Air Force, 15 years ago. 37... That means you're Air Force when you're 17? I'm confused. Not 17. Wait, no, that's 18. Wait, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. I have horrible mental calculations. Let's see here. 15 years ago would put you at 2010, 22. Okay, I'm sorry. I thank you for that odds. I don't have enough room in my brain for mathematics. That's why when people try and explain mathematical formula or anything like that, it just does not hit at all. So I try and use things that are very similar to what I know in order to figure things out. And when that doesn't happen, it just kind of falls apart. But yeah. I mean, USAF stuff is a surprise because I'm not a serious bean. Okay, hear me out. I can't speak much for Air Force, but literally half of the goobers I went to college with ended up going into the military, and I had one goober in particular, um, legitimately as a tank engineer in Europe with like waifus stapled to their tank. Like you being a goober and being in Air Force is not that surprising to me, actually. It's actually quite unsurprising for me. People in any sort of position, whether it be, ground troops or Navy or whichever, all of them have some level of gooberism to them. So we finish with the lighting for now. I might add more shines and stuff later. Let's go to shadows. That's cool. I can happily say I know somebody who was in the Air Force. I used to know a person who was in the Navy. Not in the Navy, but he had Navy family. And man, that is an entirely different beast. I think I've met like maybe two people in my life who were Army. And my father-in-law is retired Navy commander. Oh, so what you're saying is he gets on your butt a lot about stuff. I will say, both my grandfathers are retired Navy. Oh, so you have a heavy military history, Navy history. So if you have a heavy Navy history, why do you choose Air Force, if I may ask? You got me curious. Was it just more of your cup of tea, or you like planes? I mean, airplanes are cool as heck. It's probably for the best, anyways. At least the tubes you like to be in are in the sky. The person I knew, their father was a submarine tech and spent like most of his time in the Navy in a tube, like deep in the water with like a nuclear reactor just chilling out right next to them. I heard being in submarines is actually quite a daunting task. Yeah. Yeah, seriously, me too. Unfortunately, because of my color blindness, I've essentially given up hope of, like, even back when I was younger, I had to give up hope of doing anything worthwhile for any kind of position because I can't be put on like army because I can't be put into the field because I literally can't see the enemy half the time. I can't be, Air Force. I mean, I could be Air Force and probably work on paperwork all day, but that'd be the most of it. Colorblind people can't be anything more active. I don't even think I can get a pilot's license if I wanted to because of my color blindness. So Navy in general, I would probably wouldn't deal well with being on the sea for any length of time. See, that's the thing with me. If you can get a pilot's license, it would be restricted to day only. Okay, so that's not too bad, but still, like, uh, they'd be like, "What's the point?" Like, I mean, obviously, I'd be able to fly. That's the point, but it's one of those things of just I can't deal with. That's why I ended up kind of liking boats, is because with boats, sure you can get like a boating license and all that, but like I believe with smaller skiffs and smaller vehicles, you don't necessarily need a full license in order to use on lakes. You just need like to understand the rules of boating, that sort of stuff. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I'm jealous. But yeah. You were born with knowledge via question marks. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't be grandfathered into anything in America, given that I am originally Canadian. That was also another big factor. I wasn't technically a citizen of the United States or even a permanent resident until I was like 22, so that kind of hampered a lot as well. I know for accident of accident of geography for you, dude. That's like the best kind of accident, though. Oh no, I accidentally just have a boat license for life in my state. Oh no, I can accidentally boat. You know what I mean? Like that's a useful accidentally, as opposed to oh no, I accidentally destroyed my arm for the rest of my life. You accidentally oh really? What are you originally Canadian in some sort? Like what? How can you accidentally be a citizen? Oh, odd. Seriously? I will say, um, my parents, when they had me, or when they had kids, or like started trying to have kids, it was the most hilarious thing. My father said, I want a daughter. And so he agreed to have kids until they had a daughter. First one was a son. Second one was a son. Third one was also a son. And then he gave up after having three sons. Oh. Oh Lord. Actually, I think I'm gonna fill in this area with shadow. I tend to go heavier with shadows than I do. Ooh. My cousin is trans, so they have a son now. They're conservative, so they're comfortable about it. It's family gossip. Oh, I don't have to type anymore. Okay, good. Yeah, that sounds yeah, that's pretty accurate for a lot of military families I've seen. Military and heavy Christian families, conservative Christian families, usually end up having that sort of situation where they have a trans kid, and it's just like awkward. It's like, I'm still your offspring. Do you love me? Mm. I know if I had a kid and they ended up being trans, I would accept them for who they are, regardless. I'd be a good parent. Right now, he's a gremlin. Good. You teach your child well in the way of gremlin. headphones. Noise. Oh, active noise reduction. Got it. I get overwhelmed by the sound. Oh, of your son's meltdowns. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to come to terms with whenever that moment comes. I'm gonna have to get some really good like Bose and active noise canceling headphones. 'Cause I know they can't help it. So. Oh, Gremlin. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate Gremlin behavior. I could totally call out somebody about staying up way too late playing video games, but I won't. I'm better than that. I believe everyone does it at some point, hon. I wish I could, but I just function so much better during the mornings and days that I have to get up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be like, I hate my life. Yes, points. Oh yeah. My rule of thumb is weekends. I give myself the ability to sleep on weekends, and then regardless of how I feel the day after the weekend, I have to get up and get moving. Otherwise, I'm going to be not productive for the entire week. Nice. Yeah, I saw you got that darn hobbies. Hey, that's what this is kind of becoming for me is my entire air quote week has been shifted around and legitimately what's it called? My weekend starts on Sunday. And Monday and Tuesday I end up doing chores around the house and then I go back to work on Wednesday for streaming, I guess. It's the only thing I can get right now. Yeah, I saw that you had that special cap for flying kids around. Was it 50 kids and you got like a pin and a cap? It was super cool. Always feels nice to get some sort of commemorative stuff. Let me move my mic a little closer. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when you get something commemorative for doing something that you love, you know? There's a patch rocker and another hat. That's what it was. I already got another hat for doing 10. Okay. I'm gonna see an update from you in like 3 years. You're gonna have like 50 hats just stacked up. It has gold trim, so fancy. Yeah. Fancy hats. I think the fanciest thing I've ever gotten was a certificate for helping teachers pack up the stuff. That's cool. Eventually, get a jacket too. Well, that's cool. Let's see. Boop. Okay. It looks worse than it is. Let's go here and go to soft light. Look at that. I don't actually see that much of a shadow. If I turn it to hard light. Ooh. That's better. Let me turn on the lines. Put a Lincoln Stream Chat recognition awards for the EAA. Oh, pilot recognition EAA. Okay, let me. I'm pretty sure DuckDuckGo doesn't really dox me easily. Do I have, by any chance, a window capture? I do not. Let me go ahead and toss this up on the screen since we're on a break anyways. I'll put this as browser. So long, the browser. Oh, Brower, apparently. Select window. Yay, DuckDuckGo. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this. Pilot recognition. Let's see here. Letter of thanks, 50 missions patch, and a flight leader cap, which I'm assuming. I think it was this cap that you got. 100 missions. The pilot receives a letter of thanks. 100 mission rocker. And order of young golf. A golf shirt. A press release sent to the local media. Ooh, I'm gonna remember that. When you get 100 missions done, I'm gonna be like, ooh, Ott's famous. Names in the paper. 200 missions. Let's see here. Offer to replace their flight leader cap or 200 mission shirt. So currently you're on the 50 missions. How many do you need for a leather jacket? Is that like on the towards the top? Let me search jacket because all this text. Jacket. Oh, 300 missions for Young Eagles jacket. And an offer for a flight jacket, brass bar. And then a leather jacket fully at 1,000. Leather's 1,000. Wow. Pilots who fly 10 or more Young Eagles during a calendar year receive a special lapel pin and will be recognized by the on the Young Eagles website. Looks like you're going to be famous anyways, huh? You're going to be on the website. Fancy. That's awesome. I'll be 100% honest with you. That's really cool. I was gonna pick up my pen and start working again. I need to stretch. Oh yeah. Andromeda sent me a message. Oh no. Andromeda just sent me a message. Cracker Barrel updated their iconography and it looks terrible. Ugh. So unhappy. Yeah, I also saw, so I knew they were changing up some things because I saw a post previously that had like the updated actual interior of Cracker Barrel, and it looks like a modern restaurant instead of like the antique kind of looking thing. And that ticked me off because like the whole point is it's supposed to be rustic. Like you can't turn it to another Chipotle and have people happy. Absolutely ticks me off. As a person who lived in the South for a majority of their life, it ticks me off a lot. Not even low key, just full high key. Right, yeah. Yeah, so just for a little bit of context, when I went to college, right? I had to drive about 3.5 hours to 4 hours to get to college from my parents' house. And every single time I drive, I'd pass by a Cracker Barrel, and so it was kind of like a ritual where me and at some points even my brothers would all go and we'd stop at that Cracker Barrel in order to kind of refuel ourselves, use the bathroom because the bathrooms at Cracker Barrels are peak, but also you know, get some food, rest those legs, that sort of stuff. We haven't been there in a while. I still go every once in a while with Andromeda whenever we're going by to go see my friend in Florida. But like, there really is no reason to go to Cracker Barrel anymore other than like the toilet in the store. I don't think I'll be taking the restaurant there anytime soon until they change how they are treating their actual restaurant. I need to add more clear, more darkness down this way a little bit. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. I'm just glad they're not going. Waffle House is not going that way. I had a really funny moment earlier. It was last night, where I was going to go grab a fork out of the cabinet, like the drawer we have in the kitchen. And they use, I mean, people in the 30s. Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started. But I went to go grab a fork out of the cutlery drawer, and I found this weird fork. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And so I have a weird fascination with don't ask me why. I have a weird fascination with the resonance of forks and knives and spoons. For me, like I can tell like metal purity by how it resonates when you hit it, kind of like a tuning fork. And the ones that I buy personally are better than my parents. It has a higher frequency, a lot clearer sound. Well, last night I found a fork I hadn't seen before. I tracked it down, and it was a Waffle House fork. I hit this fork and listened to the resonance of it. It was crystalline. Like, it was high quality grade steel. Like, really good. And I'm like, where the heck? So that's why I ended up looking it up. And apparently, buying one fork from the person who made those forks cost like $8. Like, Waffle House did not need to go that hard into the cutlery at all. I'm just like, Waffle House, why? I will say, one of the things that always drove me sideways is that for fine dining. You're damn right, they're a fine dining establishment. Oh shoot. No, but seriously, like, I don't know. I like Waffle House. Waffle House is one of those places that you go when you just kind of like, screw it, I want some good food. And maybe I'll see a fight. Maybe. It's like Canadian hockey. Soft brush here. Okay, not good enough. There we go. Cut it down a little. Dude. Okay. You're up north, so your establishments are going to be a bit of a different quality and different variety. How is your Denny's? Every Denny's I've been to down here, like in South United States, has always been abysmal. Terrible? Okay. I'm not the only one. Thank goodness. Because legitimately, I've had points where I'm just like, is it supposed to be this bad? But that gives me a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of relief. Yeah. Andromeda and I went to a Denny's in yeah, they're still in business. I think their whole thing is that they catch up on the drunken crowds that come in at like 4 a.m. Primarily where you really can't find a Waffle House. But yeah. No, Andromeda and I went to Denny's once. And never again. It was by far the worst experience I've ever had at a diner of any kind. Yeah. To be fair, it was in Texas. A lot of things in Texas, if it's not like a local barbecue joint, ends up being pretty terrible. But like, or either a local barbecue joint or like foreign food made by foreign people, like Chinese immigrants, Thai immigrants, Indian immigrants. But yeah, no, I believe Denny's are still in business, if not just barely hanging on, like 90% of the other restaurants. You know what was surprising to me, was I used to go to Arby's a lot, right? I really like Arby's. But Arby's more recently has been taking a bit of a nosedive. I don't know if it's just like new CEO management kind of stuff or whatever, but like the quality of food at Arby's has drastically plummeted since I was in college. I could not tell you why. It just happened. Wendy's here is like that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll say Wendy's where I live is hit and miss. Sometimes it can be really good, sometimes they'll give you food poisoning. Slow service and bad food, but used to be good. No idea what happened. I'm telling you, a lot of these corporations are cutting corners. They're not taking the right precautions. They're not having the right people hired or something. If I had to guess, it's probably poor management. That's usually what ends up being 90% of the problem at franchises. I will say, one franchise that's always been a clear hit, regardless of location, has gotta be Culver's. Culver's has always been a clear win, no matter how many times I've been there and which ones I've been to. Like any chance, like if I get a choice between like a KFC or McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever and Culver's, oh yeah, I'll put it this way, Aunt. Culver's was the only place around where I lived, like anywhere, that was super good, like astoundingly good. Also, I love their cheese curds; they're delicious. I know for a while they had that Wisconsin like cheeseburger meal or whatever, that it came with like a really juicy huge burger and then like cheese curds and like a I think it was like a Dr Pepper shake or something. But like that stuff was good. That was really good. Ugh. We had Sonic open up, but then they all closed 6 months later. Dude, okay. Sonic is an amazing establishment if you temper your expectations. And I think a lot of people, because of how much food costs nowadays, they can't afford to temper expectations. But like, I used to get those big old glizzies just slopped up with chili and cheese and onion and all that. And that is the place to get it. Get some tots and a giant drink. About halfway through my stay in Texas, the Sonic close by closed down, and I got so sad when it happened. By the way, what's your favorite fast food joint? Like, if you had to go out and grab something to eat real quick, what do you enjoy eating the most? Wendy's when it's good. Mm. See, I will say, out of all the establishments I get food from, fast food from, I think the one that has me in a vice grip the most for wanting to get food from has to be Dairy Queen. And that's because regardless of where the Dairy Queen is, they at least have like a certain quality to them. So I always know I'm getting a good food when I go there. And then on top of that, they have my favorite cheeseburger there, the flamethrower burger. I love that burger so much. Oh, you're in that region. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, I lived up in New Jersey for a couple of years, and that was an issue I had. There's only one Dairy Queen in all of New Jersey that actually cooked food. All the other ones did just ice cream. Ugh, I hate that. Apparently that's how it was originally, and then Dairy Queen like got a grill, like they bought like a grill company or whatever, and they created their Dairy Queen like ice cream and grill one separately. But like that would have had to been a long time ago because when I was growing up in Canada, they were all like ice cream and grills. I didn't even know they had food until they built one with a grill. Oh man, odd. I'm telling you, like if you go to one with a food, dang. Yeah. Like when I was growing up in Canada, they like that was like 8 years ago. I think this it's still that way in New Jersey though for Dairy Queens. Legitimately, I think they only have like one, maybe two Dairy Queens in all of New Jersey that actually has food at it. And the ones that they did have, they're not like the proper menu. They're like so for your consideration on Dairy Queen, there's two types of Dairy Queens out there. There's an outer franchised one, and then there's an inner franchised one. The outer franchised ones use the name and can have the ice cream, but don't have the proper menu. Like, there's one up in Reston, Virginia, that legitimately just sells ice cream and hot dogs, and that's it. If you go to Dairy Queen and you see items on the menu like the flamethrower burger, then you're at an actual like inner franchise one that's proper. If you only have stuff like hot dogs or like X state meal, so like the one I went to in Texas had like the Texas burger, like those are not the proper franchise ones. Those are like the outer franchise ones that use a license to get the ice cream, not the food. And I only know that because I've seen both types over the years. But yeah, if you like spicy on it, I highly recommend you try the flamethrower burger at some point. If not, I will say that their chicken finger baskets are second to none. Like, the chicken might be a tiny bit dry, but like for the bargain that you get, like you get a basket of like 3 chicken fingers, a, a full thing of fries in the basket. You get a soda and a sundae, all for like 10 to 11 bucks. You can't beat it. It gives you a full meal and dessert and a drink, all for like 11 bucks. Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, it's okay. I'll say this: it's not as good as Culver's when it comes to chicken. Culver's has really good chicken and they have really good fish. But like, if you're just in a rush and there's a Dairy Queen close by and you can't figure out what else you'd want, try their chicken finger basket. Get a hot fudge sundae with it. Ask for them to bring it out later, so you can go up and get it after you're done eating, and you'll have the best time for the money that you can. So I get a Dairy Queen. They have the chicken basket. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think you're getting the chicken you're getting the chicken finger basket meal, not the deal I'm talking about. Because the chicken finger basket that I get doesn't have toast with it. I think that's the normal one, not the combo deal. Interesting. Me too. Me too. I eat so much chicken. I am. I'm gonna say this in such a funny way. I am so autistic because I just love chicken tendies, chicken nuggies. I love chicken wings I can eat with my fingies. I am just a chicken fiend in that way. Heck, any meal I can eat with my fingers, I am just instantly happy. Period. But like, especially like chicken with breading on it. They recently opened a Chick-fil-A in this area, and it's always slammed. They got their quality figure. Yeah, so that's one thing I talked to my best friend about. Like he's always just kind of like, how can I put it? He always just eats places because um he doesn't really care about a lot of the geopolitical slash that kind of stuff. So he'll just eat wherever because he works really hard every day. He doesn't really have time to even care about what's going on around him. And he says, Chick fil A isn't the tastiest chicken you can get. But the thing about Chick fil A that's great is that the service is always timely, always kind, and you know what you're getting. Yeah, right. He's just trying to live. Exactly. That's why I don't fault him for it. If you're just trying to live and you just like you've had a hard day and you just want to get some food, you don't have to worry about all that sort of stuff. Like I get it. A lot of people don't feel that way and they go, "Oh, you shouldn't compromise no matter what." But I'm like, dude, that's idealism at best. Yeah, exactly. I love my best friend to death though. He's really cool, really chill guy. Sometimes he's just kind of straight edge, and sometimes he's completely out of pocket, and it is so hilarious when he goes out of pocket on things. But yeah, now I will say Chick Fil A definitely has the customer service and the customer service and the level of food quality down. It's not super high marks, but like they get the chicken to you fast, they get it to you like kind. I will say the funniest thing that I have ever done. Yeah, oh exactly. Um what's it called? I was when I was in Texas, I went to Chick-fil-A for a bit because Chick-fil-A said that they had kind of figured their thing out, only for it to kind of turn into a J.K. Rowling situation later. Um, well, what ended up happening is I ended up going to Chick-fil-A for a little bit, and oh, ads are starting soon. I might need to hold off on this story until you'll get back. But basically, I used the phone app instead of like going up there, and I got through and got my food super quick. Oh, you have turbo? You're immune? Okay. See, I didn't know that. Okay, awesome. But yeah, so I would use the phone app to essentially go and do the thing, like get my food, and I would watch as every angry Texan sitting there in line had to wait as I just kind of skedaddle to the front of the line, grab my stuff, and I'm gone. We have the cool guy badge. Is that what that? Oh, you put on your cool guy badge. Okay. So is Turbo just like I pay for it like a streaming service kind of thing? And I just get access to no ads on every single platform? Like on every single channel? Yeah, it's like 15 a month. Honestly, I would probably pay for Discord Turbo before I'd pay for like YouTube Premium or anything. Yeah, all channels become ad free. But say, Syl said something that made me really interested the other day. She talked about how she has so many DJs on her watch list that legitimately she doesn't need to use like, YouTube for music or anything anymore. She just puts on a DJ and then like it has good music. I've wanted to do that kind of thing and kind of get away from YouTube for a while. The only issue that I have is that I watch a lot of medium length content that usually has a driven script. And unfortunately, that's probably the one thing Twitch doesn't have is like driven script medium form content. Otherwise, I would be all in on Twitch right now. Completely honest. Ah. See, you got that big money. You throwing around those big money. I need my structure exactly for that. So I don't know if you watch like video game content on YouTube, but like for a while I used to watch Game Grumps, right? And eventually I had to unfollow them, and it was sad because I really liked the Game Grumps. But the reason why was when I was working and I barely had any time for anything, I'd come home, which yeah, many Game Grumps. Well, for a while they stopped keeping the name of the game and what part they're on in their title. So I'm like, I'd watch a video and I wasn't sure if it was gonna be. Yeah, I hated when they did that too. Yeah, like seriously, like if I'm going to watch you, I'm going to watch you for a particular duration that I expect. I don't want to dedicate to things that are way beyond my level of, you know, tolerance. So by basically saying, "Oh, this is not actually a one-off. This is a part one of many." Yeah, exactly. Game Theory also did that for a while, and it drove me bonkers. I also unsubscribed from them for that. So after, maybe I want to queue up a few. Yeah, exactly. I'm a big bookmarker when it comes to things, so like what's it called? Uh I'll take things and I'll toss them into the watch later list a lot of the time. Or if I see someone post an article, I'll add it to a bookmark list to go back through later. Or even the same thing on Wikipedia, they have their own bookmark list system. So I'll toss a bunch of stuff on and just whenever I'm like, I got 20 minutes to spare, I'll put one that's 20 minutes on. But like, imagine having an entire queue of videos that's like 20 minutes or whatever, and it came out like 6 months ago, right? And you go ahead and you watch it, and it ends up being a part one, and you're like, seriously? Oh, and then I gotta go searching for part two, and I gotta put it on my queue list, and then by the time I actually finally watch it, it might already be like out of my memory. It's just, not a fan. Yeah, I watch Markiplier and Jacksepticeye right now for gaming content. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to start describing my subscriptions. Wild Brain Rot and like Computer File on the other side is yeah. Hold on, I'm actually gonna pull up YouTube on my thing because I'm taking a break anyways. Oh, this is on my my Yeti Lands account. Hold on, let me go to my actual account. Okay, so here's a list of the stuff that I have on my channel. I have Daily Dose of Internet. I have Games Done Quick because I always support them. Fan the Deck because I have a Steam Deck. Genie Collects because I love unhinged content. Linus Tech Tips because tech content. Manly, I'm gonna curse because it's part of the name, but Manly Badass Hero, who does horror content. And then just like Dark Souls Invasion content and like news, and that's it. Scott the Waz as well. So like it's such a weird dichotomy of things. Hold on, let me just show you. Let me go to browser. Let me grab subscriptions YouTube. Okay. Boop. Yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that I watch. You also have Manly Badass Hero? Yeah. Nuke's top 5, scary stuff. Yeah, Scott Falco right here. I have Scott Falco as well. For gaming news in general, I used to go to Linus Tech Tips, but they stopped doing their gaming news channel. So now I'm just on Bellular News. He kind of gives like the rundown on things really quick, and that's pretty good. I watch Real Life Lore for kind of just like random world stuff. I don't know if it's 100% accurate, but it's whatever. Tasting History with Max Miller, I highly recommend. Yeah, I got Vlogbrothers. Yeah. And then I have like 6 Australian, YouTube channels I follow. Dank Pods and the Trash Network is one of them. If you're looking for like the dankest, trashiest stuff just being reviewed by a screaming Australian man, highly recommend Dank Pods. Streamer stuff. Babish Culinary Universe because I cook a lot. Oh, and I also have Saber Spark. Saber Sparks for all my cartoon content. And then Smitty. And then Smitty, I just watched. This is my air quote Game Grumps right now is Smitty. Just because he's Canadian, he's silly, goofy, and plays a lot of random games. Oh, and Peeps. Peeps random content. But yeah. Any of those channels I will highly recommend. They're really good quality content. A little off the cuff every once in a while, but usually really, really good content. All right. Ugh. I haven't watched Peebs in a long time. I think I outgrew his style maybe. So PB and Peanut Butter Gamer was definitely kind of like the content kind of went dry. Peebs I like just because he talks about the most random crap, like what's the best thing you can eat from McDonald's, or what's the best thing you can get from Wendy's, or let's try every single meal from like Gordon Ramsay's frozen meal type stuff. And that's the kind of stuff that interests me, not so much just like, oh hey, yeah, it's another Zelda month. Right, yeah. You haven't watched Peeps. Okay. Yeah, so what happened was he got tired of all the game content that he was doing, and it was really showing. That's probably why you're like, I don't like really watching anymore. Peeves is kind of his just slice of life content where he kind of just eats random things or talks about random things. He'll even do like game rankings every once in a while where he's like, oh yeah, these are the games I've never played that I wish I could have. It feels a lot more like the original organic Peebs versus like Peanut Butter Gamer, which kind of stilted itself into a corner. Yeah, exactly. He was tired of making it. So yeah, if you're looking for another shot at Peebs, like the channel's literally called Peebs, I highly recommend it. He's just kind of like, yeah, I'm a dad now. I've got a kid. I just kind of want to make random content. It's kind of like the same way JonTron went. Instead of focusing on like gaming content, he just focused on things he thought was interesting, and it really kind of revamped everything. I don't like how that turned out. Okay, I could probably take that and put it into a hard light. Yeah, look at that. Nice. JonTron. Yeah, the drama. I've heard that story so much, Aught. It's just like, oof. Everyone was just like, I like JonTron until drama happened, and then I don't want to be around it anymore. And I'm like, fair. Mm. So fun thing about Pro Jared Aught is Pro Jared, he kind of kept his mouth shut. He kind of let things blow over. And after the fact, it was shown that he was actually innocent the entire time. It was completely staged against him. He was completely and utterly innocent. Even the people who said, "Oh, Pro Jared did this," ended up disappearing and not actually backing what they said after the fact. So, I actually started watching Pro Jared again. All the drama's kind of blown over. Yeah, he was part of an abusive relationship. So, I gave him a second chance. I watched Pro Jared. I know he streams also on Twitch. I haven't really watched any of his streams, but like, the guy deserves a second chance. So I'm gonna give him a second chance. And some of his content's really good. Some of it's kind of hit and miss, but you know, I believe in second chances and making sure people can kind of take off again. Yeah. Trying to think of who else. Honestly, the entire Normal Boots crew kind of fell apart in fantastical style. That's one thing I noticed. Like, I think the only one who got out of the whole Normal Boots situation in one piece was Satchbag, and that's because he basically just said, "Nah, fam, I'm out of here," and just kind of left before things hit the fan. And if you don't know who Satchbag is, he was essentially he did his own little spiel of things where like you talk about music, he talk about different video game documentary type style stuff. But yeah, he was one of the outer rim of Normal Boots. Yeah, you saw some of stuff. Awesome. Yeah, he disappeared off the internet like completely. He just outed. Every once in a while, I see like a single post from Satch somewhere, mostly pertaining to like 90s tech or like old internet stuff because he was really getting into that after a while. But aside from that, nah, he disappeared completely. Ooh, I do not like that shadow. Okay, let's just stick to that. Yeah. 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 I will say, not to vouch for JonTron, but like after the fact, he kind of sat down and there was like interviews as well after the fact. And a lot of the stuff you're saying was really out of pocket. And you have to take care of your own image on the internet. You have to be careful what you say, especially if you're an influencer. And I think any YouTubers or influencers or any streamers or influencers, you have to be careful about what you say about a lot of stuff because it's going to affect a lot of people. So I think the way JonTron handled it wasn't the best, but like some of the stuff he said afterwards, like he was trying to cite like different news reports that he had read over time and all that, but he hadn't got any of his resources together, so it came off really abrasive and terrible. My whole thing is you have the right to your own opinion. I just don't need to agree with it, and I feel like that's how I feel about JonTron. You can feel it your certain way. I'm not going to be here for it, you know. Yeah, I like that. Exactly. Because you people have started revolutions for less. I'll put it that way. Like in different countries, people have started revolutions for less than what stuff that influencers do. So you really have to be careful about that kind of stuff. You know, even I have like a personal Mastodon that I post all of my not streaming stuff there. But even then, if I figure out that something is a little bit too heavy, I'll erase it because I don't want to affect people badly. That sort of stuff. I think you can't have an opinion, but yeah, exactly. That's like I don't know if you've seen this before, but there are certain people, like certain influencers, who will legitimately like have to go out of the way and say, "Don't dox this guy, don't harass this guy, don't do anything to this guy." When a influencer has a negative opinion about somebody, because if they don't say that, they end up like getting doxxed and harassed and like bomb threatened and all that sort of stuff. Consequences. I stopped watching. Right, harassment is real. People are terrible. Exactly. I don't think all people are terrible on it. I just think people, when they live on the unfiltered web, where they can get away with a lot without any proper consequence, um, people get a lot nastier because they're quicker to get to a point where things get nasty. So as a result, things get nasty. But I think people in general, especially if you get them in a room, a good amount of people are nice people. It's just they hold a really terrible part of them down, and it comes out when they go online. I mean, I treat famous people the same way I treat someone I don't know. If I don't like their opinion, I disregard them. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to do things. My whole point is the world is full of so many people. If I care about you enough, I will stick by you. I will, try and stand up for you if something goes wrong. But if you're just some random person on the internet that I've never met personally or haven't talked to at any length personally, I just don't care. I have so much more I have to do with my life. Having someone controversial in it is just not worth it. But if you're a friend, if I care about you, I don't know if you consider to be friends, but like you are close enough that I would vouch for you. Period. I think the only one I would call close enough to be like friend, like heavy friend, would probably be Syl, and that's because I literally like ramble up her DMs like every other day. But like, additional topic: parasocial relationships with streamers causes weird social behavior. Yeah, it does. Seriously, ugh. I was talking about this the other day as well, but like Red posted on Blue Sky talking about like people who just kind of go into chat, and instead of starting like normal and working your way into like a chat room, they just start with some like really unhinged out of pocket stuff and just pretend like it's okay, like it's not going to affect people. And I'm like, dude, this isn't your friend that you've known for like 10 years. This is just some random person online trying to do their job. Now, if you know the person well enough, or you've been around enough and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's Odd," or "Oh, hey, it's Yeti. Good to see you, bud." Then you can start, getting a little bit more out of pocket with it, you know? What happened to all the coloring I had on top? Did it go away? Did I color the wrong thing? No, it's not here. There we go. That dang being out of pocket and talking about dismantling an establishment. Hey, I'll tell you. I'll tell you one thing. That doesn't. Oh, that doesn't seem out of pocket for me anymore. I feel like that's just a normal topic in society now. So many people are just like, let's dismantle society. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Hey, Veld. Oh, thanks for writing in. How was your stream? What'd you play? I don't have that set up on my thing so it could tell me what you were playing or anything, so. Oh, nice! Red won the jumping game? Yeah, welcome in, Vel. It's good to see you. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Nuzlocke. Oh, Vel, I saw a Hi, NB. Welcome in. And hi, Red. I saw you jumping around catching stuff. Welcome in too. I saw a clip on social media, and it made me laugh. They were doing a Nuzlocke. I think it was for I think it was Sword and Shield. Not Sword and Shield. It was one of the 2D ones from above. No, it was Sword and Shield. So they're doing a Nuzlocke for Sword and Shield, and they named their character the F word, ending in ER. And so what ends up happening is he loses the initial fight, and he goes, Nuzlocke doesn't start until we get Pokeballs, right? And the character they're fighting is basically is like, not bad, huh? F-bomb. Say hi to your mom for me. And I died. I absolutely died. I'm like, no way. I'm like, that's so unhinged. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. I need to go back and play some of the earlier Pokemons, though. Like, I know the Switch 2's out, and a lot of people aren't really touching Nintendo stuff right now. I mean, a fair amount are still touching Nintendo stuff, but a fair aren't. I need to go back and play. I think Let's Go Eevee was my favorite one to come out in the last, like, decade or so. Just because it was short, it was fun, it had its own flavor, and it feels like it's, rerunnable. If I were to probably do any sort of Nuzlocke or any sort of like challenge game, it would probably be the Let's Go games. And just if your Eevee like KO, like blacks out or whatever, like just don't use them for the entire rest of the run. You gonna mow your lawn? I need to fix that snowman too. Dang it. I have so many snowmans I need to fix. My only issue with Let's Go was the fact that it relied on motion controls when it was in docked mode. The weather's finally so nice, I should really mow it. Dude, you stole my good weather. 100%. My weather right now is cloudy and stormy. So you totally stole my weather earlier. Oh, Lord. But yeah, Vel, if you want to go ahead and raid and run, or if you want to just kind of chill out, go ahead. I know streaming for a while can definitely take a lot out of you, so you don't need to stick around. Same with anyone else that came in. If y'all are tired and want to head on out, you can. If you want to lurk, that's fine too. Probably gonna go nap. Well, have a good nap. I appreciate you. One of these days, I'm gonna catch one of your streams. I'm gonna be so happy when that happens. Also, I should probably shout you out. Shoot. How do I? I've really got to get good at this. This whole uh Twitch thing, streaming thing. Let me shout you out, because yeah, I can't shout you out from this thing. What? Is that not a command? Shout out. There we go. For anyone who wants to follow Vel's been around for a while. I actually found them after raiding in with, I think, Syl at one point. They're good people. Play a lot of Pokemon games, and they're great. But yeah, go take a nap, Vel. It was nice talking with you. Let's see here. How do I want to approach these highlights? Maybe like this? That. Ooh, I appreciate you, Vel. I do. Hit this area down here with that as well. Question, should I put a hard edge on the soft lights as well? I guess. Yeah, contact light would be a thing, like a heavy contact light. Let's do that then. I should probably make sure I'm not going outside the lines too much. Hold on. Cancel. I'm gonna go to, yeah. Oh, that layer was off. Wild. No, I want select. Invert. Thank you. There we go. That's better. Now I don't have to worry about going outside the lines. Although I usually just trim up anyways when I'm at the end. Oh. Get it with that hard light. Hope all of y'all are having a good Thursday. My days on Thursdays are usually antisocial days. Primarily just because I find that Thursdays are usually my everyone has a bad luck day. You know, a day where they just kind of don't end up doing too well. Mine just happens to be Thursdays, so I've always made these days a little bit less social, a little bit less intense, and just kind of, whether it be through art or through co-working, just kind of relax and enjoy the day rather than go all gung-ho into things. So I hope all of you have a good day too. Whether you stay or you go off and take a nice nap or mow your lawn or whichever. I hope y'all have a nice and comfy day today. Tomorrow, y'all can get up, and if you work, you can plug in that work and enjoy a really nice weekend. Y'all deserve it. As for me, I'm gonna keep drawing for a while longer. I've been going since about 2 o'clock, so I'll be going for another couple hours. But after I'm done, I'm gonna go downstairs, make myself some good food, and enjoy the rainfall as it's raining outside. It's gonna be nice and comfy, just full of beautiful pitter patters of water just going on in the background. The roaring of a light thunder, the pattering of water. It's so nice. I will say, I was talking with Otter about this earlier, but I'm a colorblind artist. Oh, and the ad block hit. Well, to those who don't have ads, hi, good to see you. I hope all you are doing well, especially. I always appreciate supporting the platform or supporting me directly, either or. Whether you have Turbo or you drop a sub, that's okay. I'm just glad you're willing to support a platform that can allow me to grow and meet new people. Y'all are great. Oh, no. Really? It said that it started and then it didn't start. Twitch. These are the things I'm going to learn, but okay, well, this is for everyone then. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Y'all are always welcome here. I appreciate you all. You all are good people. Anyways, I was gonna say this. I thought ads were playing, but they weren't. But I'm a colorblind artist, so all of my coloring is done through a series of faults and victories, where legitimately I have to go and figure out what color is what a lot of the time. Because, like, for example, the difference between yellow and lime green, I can't tell. So I have to go through, usually through either reference colors that they already have or hex codes that I have to figure out myself. And I have to develop my own different way of doing everything. Like, watch this. Hard light, right? Soft light. If I do it on a soft light, you see there, the whites don't highlight. But if I go into hard light, should. Yeah, it does a little bit. So if I go soft light, you'll see here the tonal difference there. I'm just trying to think. Got a 5-minute break. That should be the last cycle for that session. Ooh, crunchy. Everyone stretch. Check your posture. Get some drinks if you want. Regardless of whether you get drinks or not, just know that moving, if even a little bit, can help you feel better. Because we're hitting a break, I'm going to go ahead and trigger these ads now instead of, in another minute or so, just so that we can get it done in time. Don't worry, I won't be talking about anything too substantial without y'all, so Take your time. Maybe get a glass of water. Take a bathroom break. Stretch those legs. Big stretchies. Roll the shoulders. T-pose on all the fools. Reach for the sky. Touch the stars. Standing up. Stretch them hams. Give your hips a good squeeze. See, we can't get a pop out. And then, after all that, we check the drink. No more drink. So I gotta get myself a drink. Thankfully, I have the home equivalent of a vending machine right next to my desk. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic so you don't hear the giant spike of audio. And there we go. Whether you drink coffee or tea or soda, or even just water, definitely keep yourself hydrated. You gotta take care of yourself. You're the only one that can do that. Let me check my watch. Is my watch charged? Yes. So for those who can hear me right now, not in the ad break, I actually wear an Apple Watch. And I wear it because it tracks my heart rate, which is very important for me. I have a family of weak hearts, so I gotta take care of myself, you know? But yeah. We'll be off ad break in a little bit. We got another minute before anything. Oh, Gino's playing Helldivers. I wonder if Gino is streaming Helldivers or if they're just playing Helldivers. Let me pop open another window and I'll check on them. Twitch TV. Oh wow, no, I have nobody playing games. Wow, none of my followed chats are doing anything right now. Wow, that's so weird. Yo, that's wild. Seriously? Wow. Okay. You know what? People are probably playing it more in the evenings, anyways. But this slot is just wide open. Anyways, we're coming down to the end of this last break. This will be the second ending of the second Pomodoro session. Normally, I believe it's after every 3. You're supposed to have a 30-minute break, but I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, see, session 3. Well, I can actually set for more sessions. That's good. I'll go ahead and start another session, and let's get back into it. Yeah, just I hope you enjoy the nice vibes, good music. I'm just glad you're here. I think because the hair is a bit smoother than fabric, I'm going to go ahead and smudge that just a tad, just to take the hard edge off. the smudge brush smaller. Like that. See? Instantly, it becomes a softer kind of texture. Now, for this, I'm going to be doing a lot of rendering and texturing on top of what I'm already doing. Um, Whenever I draw a picture of a character or an OC, I usually try and channel the kind of energy that they're putting out, whether that be more silly, goofy energy or more intense and calm energy. So I found when I was observing Sleepy that Sleepy is a bit more of a calm and serious kind of streamer. And normally with calm and serious streamers or calm and serious personalities, they're more detail oriented. They're a little bit more realistic. So I try and channel that into the art that I make for them. You know, I've drawn some things for like Syl and Andromeda. Andromeda I always see as like a really cutesy kind of person. So, you know, Andromeda's art's always, you know, kind of cutesy, kind of, you know, I try and draw them in a more of a fun, cutesy kind of way. So that's how that ends up. But then I draw Syl, and I don't know if Syl enjoys the art I make of them, but a lot of the time it shows them doing something like wacky or silly or a little unhinged. And that's just because like Syl keeps herself in a certain regard, but at the same time, she's not one to kind of shy away from talking about stuff like toilet humor and all that. So I feel like that's the part that a lot of people, like a lot of artists, really don't bring into the picture, is a lot more of the goofy, sillier side. For me, it's also just a challenge. Like, it's so easy to draw people like, oh, hey, I'm sitting here posing for the camera or whatever. Kind of like how Sleepy is right here. Like, this is a very typical picture, right? Would you like a second opinion? But like, doing things that show a lot of emotion or show a lot of interaction or movement, a lot of people don't create art for those. So I always find it a little bit more in my wheelhouse to try and bring extra life to things. Like, I try to, whenever I draw things, I try and do it in a way that seems fitting, but also lively as a result. So, as you see here, you know, I'm trying to add a little bit of character to Sleepy as a whole. You know, I'm going ahead and, you know, I'm having Sleepy kind of, Akshan specifically here, bend over, and you know they're going for medical stuff, and they kind of have a medical look about them. So why not say something like, "Would you like a second opinion?" Because like it, you know, it's kind of cute, it's kind of different, and as a result, it very much fits the character. But it also adds Akshan leaning in a little bit to the camera, which shows that like they're being very subtle with their movements. They're not trying to be, you know, too strong with any one thing. But, you know, if they're there if you need help, or they're there if you feel like, you know, they can help you. If you push too hard, they're going to push back, but if you just ask for help, or if you're just like, "Hey, I'm happy to be here," that's different. I feel like I get a lot of that vibe off of Sleepy, which is good. I so here's the funny thing about all this. I overthink everything, right? Which is why I can't handle a lot of crazy over the top like puzzles or mathematical equations, because I seriously overthink a lot of stuff. I think so heavily into it. Like when I'm programming, I go the software engineering way of like, oh, hey, I need to design a container first and then I fill it with code. So before I even start programming, I'm like plotting out different containers and stuff. That's beside the point. The whole thing is that when I figure out like color coordination or poses or art style for anything that I draw, I think about every little detail before I do it. And if I don't like a detail, I go ahead and erase it. But in that way, it feels like everything I draw for people is personalized for them. Like, I can't tell you the amount of times where I've gone on some sort of social media. And again, everyone can draw the way they like. I'm not criticizing people how they draw. It's more along the lines of just I see people drawing other people's characters, right? Like, say you're a fan of like Gurren Lagann, right? Just throwing a random anime out there. Say you're a fan of Gurren Lagann, and there's Yoko Littner. Now, I can understand drawing Yoko Littner, but the thing is with Yoko is that she has a particular style to her face. You know, she's a bit of a skinnier figure with like up bonier shoulders. So when I see someone drawing Yoko Littner online and she has the most generic cover girl face with the most generic cover girl body, and it's just like nothing really kind of looks like Yoko aside from the fact that when you combine all the pieces, you get the indication that it's Yoko. Like, that doesn't feel like it's a proper representation of the character. It feels like you drew a character. It almost feels like a cosplay instead of an actual representation of the character. And I just don't like that. I love cosplaying. I love cosplaying. I think it's really cool that you get to put on the clothes of someone else, pretend that you get to be them for a little bit, especially if it's someone that you love and you find powerful. I love that sort of stuff. But when you're trying to portray something, it's like although this is more of a comedy case where like not the Rowdy Muff Boys, the Powerpuff Girls. If you've ever seen the Powerpuff Girls, there was that one episode where there was like the three. I think they broke out of jail. They were not prisoners, convicts. They're three convicts that kind of made their way out of jail, and they ended up putting on an outfit to look like the Powerpuff Girls, and they went around just kind of doing whatever they wanted. That's what it kind of feels like to me when a character isn't portrayed right. It feels like, oh hey, it's like a buff dude in the outfit of the person that you're trying to represent. But again, things are up it's up to the people that draw it. You know, again, you can draw whatever you want. And if you want my criticism, I'll give criticism about stuff. I think that's one of the biggest issues I've seen more recently is I've talked to people and they're like, "Hey, I really want people's input on this." And I've been burned so many times in the past as an autistic person where they'll say, "Hey, I want criticism on this." But then they don't really mean they want criticism, they want praise. So what'll end up happening is I'll give my criticism, then they'll get offended, and then somebody has to set me aside and say, "Oh, they didn't want criticism; they just wanted you to say it was a good piece." I'm like, so whenever people are asking for criticism now, a lot of time, and I don't mean this to be rude or mean, it's because I can't tell social cues. I'll ask them, "Are you absolutely sure? I need your explicit yes that you want my criticism of things." And then I'll break down things like light composition, bone structure, maybe face alignment, maybe how colors clash, or the outfit doesn't look complete, you know stuff like that. I'll give inputs, maybe it doesn't fill the frame quite right, all that sort of stuff. And 9 times out of 10, even though they say yes, they'll just stop talking. They'll just stop doing anything and they'll just kind of disappear. And I think it's happened once or twice where I've been in Discord servers. They said, "Yes, I want your input." And legitimately, after giving the input, they left the server. And I'm like, I don't want to be a mean person. I don't intend to be a mean person. I don't give people, both positive and negative criticism because I want them to have a bad time. I want to do it because when I was learning to do any sort of art, nobody helped me. Nobody gave me any information. No one said, well, this looks awkward because this, or this looks awkward because of that. They just stared. And it was really not good. So I try and help people any way I can. I will always ask you before I give criticism about things. And if I don't, you need to bat me over the head with it. Legitimately. Just like either pull me aside and say, yo, that wasn't cool, and I'll fix it immediately. Or, I'll do my best to make sure that if you do feel hurt about something, that I can make amends. I won't necessarily say I made a mistake because I did it with the best interest in heart, with you in mind, based off of your input. But I will apologize for hurting your feelings because your feelings matter. Regardless of logic, your feelings matter. So just know that I'll do my best to make you feel accommodated for. Do my best to make sure that you feel like you're at home, because there's a lot of hostile places out there. I don't want my place or any place that I hang out to be one of them. I want it to be a nice place, a place where we can come and talk to each other and just be decent human beings, because there's way too much hostile stuff out there to be hostile. And every once in a while I might have a tizzy. I might have a bit of an issue with one thing or another. I might be grumpy about how you're approaching something, but I do my best to never have issues with that sort of stuff. And if I do have an issue with something, I try and give myself space. I try and give you space. If you ever have an issue with me and we get into a problem, before you talk to me, definitely give me some space. I feel like everyone, when they're not in the right mindset, needs space. But yeah, I will work things out with you. I've been through way too much to not work things out with you. Y'all are important. Just understand that. Yeah, I think that's good. I need to make another layer here. I'm going to do it for darks this time, just to kind of give it a little bit of a... Well, thank you, Isaac. Welcome in. By the way, Andromeda was my witness. I had a shot of water after stream yesterday. And I did it just for you, Isaac. I have a witness. How you doing, Isaac? Are you having a good day today? Well, I hope you're having a good day. So far, so good. How about me? It's been a bit of a rocky day. I wouldn't say it's the calmest day, but that's a Thursday for me. Isaac, if you know anything about me, I never touch socials on Thursdays. I never interact with people on Thursdays. It's because Thursdays are my throwaway day. Like how in D&D you have a throwaway stat. It's like that. That's my Thursdays. So for a Thursday, it's been pretty good. Right now, I'm just kind of drawing some Art of Sleepy. Ah, so yeah. So what I figured out a long time ago, sorry if I was loud a second ago, was that there are certain days of the week for people. Some people can't handle Mondays, some people can't handle Thursdays, some people can't handle Wednesdays, some people don't even want to work on Fridays, right? There is a day of the week where everyone has a bit of a low point, and it usually likes to conglomerate around that point. For me, those are Thursdays, and so in order to kind of reduce the negativity that comes from that day, I cut myself off of everything. I'll stay at home. I'll do my own personal thing. And even these streams, on Thursdays, I do co-working streams or art streams. I never like to do anything crazy or fast on these days, just so everyone can relax with me and have a nice Thursday. So I hope yours ends up really good too, Isaac. But yeah, welcome in. Right now, I'm just trying to finish up the sleepy piece. Right now, I'm working on hair texturing. Right now, I have a way that I learned a long time ago how to hair texture. Oh, this pen is way too thick for this. Because I told Sleepy I would do art of them like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, whenever their birthday was, or affiliate birthday. No, I think it was just birthday. I told them I'd make a piece of art for them. So I'm just kind of going through and making the art now. I think I know I need a drag pole one. Yeah, I think this is it, right? Smaller though. Yeah, Isaac, what you been up to today? Anything fun you want to talk about? Or do you want to more just chill out and relax? Yeah. Well, my big issue is just I've had so much going on. I told Sleepy I do art. I got the line art done in like an hour. Like the original sketch and line art done in like an hour. Yeah, sweetie, we just took a sip. I'll take another sip for you though. Right now, you're eating croissant with strawberries. In a few hours, I'm gonna clean. Well, that's good. That sounds delicious. I bet you Andromeda would love something like that right now. Croissant with strawberries. Yeah, Andromeda's the family strawberry gremlin. Absolutely love strawberries. Not as much as they used to. Now they like more raspberries and broccoli. Well, I mean they've always liked broccoli, but still. Yeah. Was it like a pre-made strawberry croissant, or did you like just put some like strawberries and cream inside of a croissant? Give me the give me the fruit or strawberry flavor things. I'll put on the side. Uh, I got the croissant. I got the strawberries and put. Oh, okay. See, I'm a kind of person where I like to I love to just mash things together, but at the same time I don't like certain things mashed together. It's weird. Like you could put like a thick creamy like an icing, right? You can get me a croissant, put icing, strawberries, and chocolate, and make it into like a sandwich, and I would eat that. But like, if you just give me strawberries by themselves, sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to eat that. Uh-uh. But then if you like mix carrots with mashed potatoes, I'm like, what are you? Don't ask me why I have such strange preferences. I think it's mostly to do with like texture and consistency, honestly. uh, yeah, Isaac, speaking of art, since I'm currently doing art, I did notice that you got a new piece recently of art for, I believe it was your character. It looks super cute. Isn't it like, I think it's also on Discord as like your Discord image or something? Hold on. Let's see if I can't find you. Yeah, your profile picture. The new profile picture you have. PFP. Let me find you. Oh no, you know what it was? I saw you on Blue Sky. Yeah, that's really good. If that was commissioned, like that was well worth the commission. I'll tell you that. Me, I'm way too well, even like right now I'm kind of a little strapped on cash, but I'm way too cheap when it comes to getting PFPs. I haven't changed my Discord yet one though. To new one because it's almost to your anniversary. Oh, okay. I see. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm too much of a cheapskate to actually pay for commissions a lot of the time. Um, I'm just like, well, I draw myself. I'll just do myself. It's horrible. Oh yeah, no, it was definitely money well spent. It's so professional looking. Like I love it. Like, as soon as I saw it, I think Sil originally commented on it. Because I don't think, am I following you on Blue Sky? I need to if I'm not. But I think Sil commented on it, and it ended up coming into my feed that way. And I'm like, holy cow, Isaac! That's so cool. Yeah, she did comment on it. If I didn't follow you then, I need to go find you. I think I'll do that after stream, after everything's concluded. I'll go find you and add you on Blue Sky. Blue Sky is kind of my, I talk with VTubers and Twitch people kind of platform. I also have a Mastodon, but I did it for more of my personal gripes and groans, so the people that I work around don't see all of my silly, stupid things I post. That's looking pretty good for texturing. Not to toot my own horn too much, but toot toot. I gave the artist a doodle of what I wanted of me and Sir Frozenberg, and they just made it a bajillion times better. And I was like, whoa, yeah, I love that sort of stuff. It reminds me of like I remember seeing online there was like an artist who had a kid, and the kid made a piece of art, and he was just like, okay, well, let me take my kid's creativity and blow it into like professional art. Oh, that's a break. I'm gonna cheat a little here. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of finish this blurring because honestly I love this kind of stuff. Just going ahead and making like hair texture and all that. I'll fix it in a bit. But yeah, I think I've heard or seen something with that with the kid. Yeah, some of them are really cool the way that it got transformed. Let me rotate my mic a little bit now that I'm away from my from my tablet for a minute. But yeah, I love that kind of stuff. I love when people come to an artist and say, "Hey, this is the vision I have," and the artist is like, "Okay, well, let me just take this and draw it in my style." Um, Especially if they're cool about it. Like if you have like everything plotted out and make it easier for them, it can be really fun, really cool. I know Andromeda, if Andromeda's still lurking around here, they have their own artist they go to for a lot of their stuff, Cindy Bell, and they always do a good job at portraying how Andromeda, like how their character looks. Does a lot better that job than I do. So, and it always baffles me how well they can really portray a character. But yeah, I'm just kind of rambling right now, Isaac. If you want to go ahead and lurk off anywhere, or if you just want to just kind of chill out, I mean, go ahead and do what you want to. Feel free to ramble. Okay. Um, just chilling while you eat. Okay. Okay. But yeah, that's while I was learning how to draw the over the years. If you don't know, I've been drawing technically since I was in like fifth grade ish. Most beginning off, I was mostly just using mechanical pencils and maybe pens. That's it. But as I kind of went through and I learned a lot of the stuff of how to draw, nobody really kind of gave me any information, and I kind of had to learn things on my own. And I could tell you one thing: learning to draw, going through the process of learning all this stuff properly, it's tough. And one of the things that's most often missed is understanding how a character is supposed to be portrayed. So like when that artist drew that picture of started drawing when I was in 10th grade, and I mainly use mechanical pencils. Yeah, see, you know that life. You know that mechanical pencil life. But like the way when you got that art done uh for your profile or your character in general, um like it screamed you. It felt so much you. And that always makes me happy because I've seen artists who will charge like 150 bucks for their art, and I kid you not, it looks like just another one of their characters with like the clothes and hair of like the person that they're commissioned for on. That's it. It's just like, oh, you missed the point. uh, but yeah, seeing good art done of characters where it really, like the OC, like, yeah, Ripperoni's moment. When you see a character and like their actual personality kind of gleams through, and you feel the character in the art, that's when you know an artist has done a really good job. You know, I posted this on Blue Sky as well. Um, Learning and teaching, it's like a weird mixture of like the source material, the person who's teaching you's material, and then your own personal material from what you take from it. And I feel like with art especially, you see that a lot. You know, there's 4 or 5 artists that I used to follow from like Newgrounds way back in the day, and their art style was pretty unique. And even I kind of like took notes for them. Oh, they make really heavy, outlines they to kind of emphasize the character. They have basic shading because it's more about keeping it from being, lost in the details. And as a result, a lot of my art, a lot of my drawings end up having these thick lines and basic shading and all that. And that's because I learned that from them, but then I also applied my own bits to it. So it's interesting seeing how people take information and interpret it into their own personal thing, their own personal style. But I also see people a lot of time they have issues trying to figure out what their style really is, what they as a person want their art to represent. That's its own separate topic, but I feel like it can take decades sometimes for people to really figure out their own style. Exactly. It's a Frankenstein's monster of what they like and how they learned to do the things that they like. Yeah, 100%. Like this hair texturing style that I'm doing right now, I learned this from DeviantArt 20 years ago. Which saying DeviantArt and 20 years ago in the same sentence already makes me feel old. But yeah, I learned this from DeviantArt like 20 years ago, and I was like, wait, really? Because as a person who has color blindness, how are you supposed to figure out how to texture hair and bring color to hair? Well, just start with basic lines of a color that you want to be shaded to, and then blur them out, and just keep finagling it and keep messing with it until you get what they want. Oh no. I don't know if Isaac has ad protection or not. But yeah. I was told before that my art style has a Hanna-Barbera vibes with some sort of anime influence. I would say that's pretty accurate actually. And I love that because Hanna-Barbera style has been out of like circulation for so long. Like I miss that kind of style. You know, I had a friend in college who drew, but he drew specifically cartoons. And you know, one day I kind of stopped him and I go, well, why do you draw like primarily just cartoons? Why don't you try and branch out at all? And he goes, with so many people in the world that draw like an anime hyper realistic style or whichever, having a little flair of the stuff from where I'm from really makes it stand out as an art style. And I agreed with them immediately. I'm like, holy cow. Wait, yeah, it's not playing yet. I swear, Twitch has been acting really weird today. You know, Thursdays. Go figure. And it's been saying it's been playing ads only for the ads to not play. So I think I might change it so then instead of waiting for the auto ads to start playing, that I just go ahead and trigger it. Yeah, it still says ad coming soon. That's so strange. Exactly. That's kind of the part of the equation I was talking about earlier, where it's like the person who learns it, Twitch being Twitch, exactly. That's kind of the point I was saying earlier for like the person's. Oh, there goes the ad. Lord. Yeah, Isaac, ping me if you can hear me, and I'll keep chatting with you if you want. Because I know Ott like has turbo, but like I didn't know Ott had turbo, so I couldn't just. He let me know that I could keep chatting with him, but I don't know if you have turbo, so. If not, I'll see you in 2 minutes. Hopefully. two, one. All right, cool. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Um, but yeah, as I was saying, Isaac, if you're still there, yeah, I could definitely see that influence on your art style, and I really like it because I don't really get to see a lot of more Western. No, you welcome back. Yeah, so I noticed the ad break was going, so I didn't really talk. I basically said, "Hey, Isaac, if you can hear me right now while ads are going on, we can keep chatting. If not, I'll just wait till you're off ads." But legitimately, I had a friend who really leaned into that Western animation art style, like Hanna Barbera, and I'm just like, dude, it's so unique compared to a lot of the art today. So seeing someone else who also kind of, that blaring is way too much. Seeing someone else who also has like a Western-ish art style makes me really happy because there's not enough of that out there in the landscape. Basically, what I'm saying is I appreciate you, Isaac. You're a good bean, Isaac. What's up? Oh no, I've been unoed. Thanks, Isaac. You want to learn something very fun about my art style, Isaac? At least for my main character, my Yeti character. So, I learned from a vast number of people, and one of the people that I learned from was Masahiro Sakurai. Masahiro Sakurai purposely made Kirby a very simplistic character because he wanted children to be able to draw it. So if you look at my Yeti, how it has more of like a pill eye kind of like what's his name? Max from Sam and Max kind of feel to it. It's because I wanted it to be something that you could sit down and draw, right? As like with almost no art skills whatsoever. You could sit down and just draw my character without much problem. But, and this is the big thing. While designing my character, I intentionally made it harder for people who have a traditional art style to draw my character. My Yeti, through most of its art style and how it's portrayed, does not have eyebrows, does not have heavy eye detail, and does not have a nose. Has hair all over his body except for the t-shirt and hands, his face, and his feet. So, when you draw him, you cannot use your traditional like oblong shape for the arms. You know what I'm talking about? The little bean shapes for the arms, because you have to make sure that there's hair all over them. You can't reference by using eye location and eyebrows. I know. It's because like I said, I spent years refining my character. So then nothing looks weird, but it looks so easy to draw. In fact, hold on. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I'm going to take a quick sleepy break from here. Let me go back to the gallery, please. I want to show you this because this is fun, right? I'm going to show you how anyone can draw my Yeti in under 10 minutes. In fact, I'm going to put a marker here so I can actually highlight this and put it in later. I'm going to put myself a marker there. So this is a quick art tutorial from my Yeti. And it's the funniest thing ever, right? What you're going to do is create... Let me get a bigger pen for this. Studio pen's fine. this. So you take it. Why is this not? Let me get a pencil. Turns out my Bluetooth reaches all over my yard, and I was listening while mowing. Well, hi, welcome back, Ott. Hope you had a good mowing session. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. Then you must have heard that I'm gonna show how to draw my Yeti real quick. So what you do is you're gonna make a C, right? And then you can make a C inside that, and then connect it with another C, right? Then you draw a line right across. Create a little rectangle. Create another little rectangle. Draw a line. And on the corner of those lines, put 2 triangles. Now you're going to draw the face. Think of it as a giant lima bean. So just kind of go like this. Kind of draw it around. Portions might not be correct. That's okay. Right? Now, between the glasses and the ear, my ear's way too big. That's fine. Go ahead and draw a giant letter M. And the M's going to go off right touching the lima bean. Then, picture in your mind a giant soft serve ice cream. So you can go ahead and just draw a giant soft serve ice cream. And then just take this little line here and connect it to the ear. And you have my character. If you want to draw eyes, just draw little pill eyes, little ovals. Look at that. It's as simple as that. And I did that intentionally. But if you try and add like any sort of like hard facial structures or anything, it becomes infinitely more difficult. But yeah, if you follow that instruction guide, regardless of your level of drawing expertise, you can draw a Yeti. Anyways, I gotta make sure I'm not on pencil when I'm going ahead and doing my inking. But yeah, that was due to years upon years of understanding character development, but oh, spin. Hello. Dance. What, did you see a butt or something? What am I missing here? You said butt to throw me off. Okay. Okay. Hi, sweetie. You want a hug? All right. Oh. Okay. Crunching like. I love you. All right. Sorry about that. Andromeda wanted to give me a good old smooch and a hug. But brain poking brain. That the design I made for my character, the reason I did it that way was because I wanted to draw something simple that anyone can draw. B, I wanted something that when people, if I were to get commissions, people who drew it would have to follow the rules of the art style while also putting their own flair into it. This model that I'm using right here, This is Sills. This is it's like Sill made this model, and it seems very distinctly me, but you can still see Sillisms in it. Like there's like, how clean the lines are, how the shading is done, how the glasses are rendered, even how the hair is portrayed on the arms. All of that is very Sill, but it still very much looks like my character. And that's why I wanted to design like this. Something so simple you could turn into an emote, but something that you can add your own complexity to. And letter C on this list, by the way, I did not forget about letter C. Letter C is I wanted something that I can draw when I'm lazy. Because one of the biggest issues that I noticed while I was drawing in general is that if something was too overtly complex, I gave up halfway through drawing it. And so, I look to like early like 1920s art styles and more simplistic but fleshed out art styles from like 1920s Americana, and thought, well, why are they able to pump out so many pieces so quickly? And then I realized it's because their style they only had a certain amount of time to put out something, but they wanted to have character with it, and that's how they did it. They had simplistic characters with unique designs that portrayed how they were as a character. So, anyways, that's enough of my spiel. I don't like talking about myself. It makes me feel a little self-conscious. But yeah, Isaac, whatever style you end up landing on, because styles will change over time, I know it will be very distinctly you. And that excites me. That said, even if you're happy with your art style, it's always good to take a step back and look at your art style every once in a while as well. I think some of the biggest shifts that I've done in my life when it comes to my art style has happened when I took a step back and said, what am I just not happy with doing? Like this hair rendering thing that I'm doing right now, I haven't done this in years. I haven't put this much detail in years into a piece. It's just because it's neat. It looks good. Like, look at this. That looks fantastic. But it's taken up like a quarter of my stream just for the hair. Like, you know what I mean? At some point, you have to say enough is enough about something. So, don't be afraid. That's what if you were asking for advice on anything about art, biggest thing I could give advice for is just don't be afraid to try something different. But don't also lose who you are. What am I doing? I have like 3 layers now with nothing on them. I'm paranoid to delete any of them because if I do, I'm afraid I'm going to lose something. Let's see. Remember when I first started drawing, I would sometimes take big breaks between drawing, and then I come back, my art style was different. Yeah. There were times while I was in my primary education, so elementary through high school, where I took little breaks in between here and there, and every time I came back, my art was a little bit different. But a lot of those times I embraced what changed about it, Like, obviously, my body and my mind are going towards something. So, what are they going towards, important to just kind of listen to your body, listen to your mind, and see where they take you. Because a lot of the time, it'll take you in a completely different direction than you originally thought about. Yeah, exactly. It takes you to the future. I just realized I'm missing some shading here. Oh, shading Leia, where are you? There you are. Let's grab some of that. Exactly right, though, Isaac. If you try and emulate something instead of making it your own, you will never reach a future. You'll just reach the present. You gotta embrace the changes, embrace what changes about you, and let it shine. That's why if you ever hear me on social media and I start talking about chaos, oh, I love chaos. I don't love destructive chaos. I love chaos. I love change. I love the entropy of the world and how things just manipulate and modify. Because it's honestly the most human thing there is. It's the most natural thing there is. I think a lot of people think chaos is just destruction, arson, explosions. Yeah, there's that too. Those are always fun. But it's also just little changes, little pricks, little pin pricks in a giant sponge. Ah, see, that did not come out the way I wanted it to. Exactly. Or in the case for me and Andromeda, a nice big old bonfire every once in a while where we can roast marshmallows over cardboard, which probably isn't the healthiest, but you know what? It was fun. That's looking pretty dang good, if I say so myself. The only thing I could think of that would be an addition to this piece would possibly be specular highlights on the hair. Wait, saying? Oh, roasting. Oh. I got it. It took me a second. Your mother was a tree. And your father smelled like pine. Your uncle was a nut. Specifically an acorn. Oh, shoot. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can't add some speculars to this. Specifically the hair. I don't know. I feel like if I get too much more lost in the weeds, it's gonna come out a bit wrong. I think what I'm gonna do is, because we're towards the end of the stream, I only plan on streaming for about 4 hours when you just hit the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna go ahead and after this last break, there's gonna be a 25-minute period. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up the art. I'm gonna reframe it, change the canvas size to fit a little bit better. I'm gonna finalize this and I'm gonna post it on Sleepy server. And I'm gonna post it in my server. Maybe not my server. I'll post it on Blue Sky and on Sleepy server and maybe a couple of other servers, but yeah. For now, I'm going to take a stretch break. You better be hydrating and stretching and making sure you're nice and limber. Isaac, you better hydrate too. need to stand up for a second. Stretch them hams. And hold on, what's my next ad break? Next ad break is in 11 minutes. Would you guys like an ad now, or would you guys like an ad at the? No, I can't. I can only snooze it for like 5 minutes each time, right? 5, 10, 16. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and run ads now, if that's okay with y'all. Just for one last ad break before the end of stream, and then we'll finish up. Yeah. Awesome. See you back in 3 minutes. Hi, Ott. You orange cat, you. I hope you've been enjoying stream and had a nice chill time. Wait, is that a Jensen cat? Like, from Deus Ex? Where'd you get that? That's just a Twitch emote? What? 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 How do you, what? Deus cat. Yeah. That's baffling. That is absolutely baffling. I think while we're on break here, I'm going to pop in on my normal Twitch client and see who else is streaming right now. So I can kind of plot a trajectory out. You didn't deserve this. You didn't ask for this. Final Fantasy. So I love the original Human Revolution one, or which the original one. But I tried playing Mankind Divided, and it just didn't feel right. Like, something about it just felt like off balance. And then I learned later that they put lots of microtransactions into it to try and keep it off kilter. Yeah, Human Revolution definitely did feel a lot better. Let's see. Who's Garg? Yeah, I'm still alive, although I'm towards the end of the stream, so. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out who to raid right now, and I have no idea. So I'm looking up people. Apparently nobody's streaming right now. Like, absolutely nobody's streaming. So it's like, let's look up art real quick. Let's see who's doing art. I'm doing some fun art. I don't want to... tagged art. Let's see here. Slooty. Sexual themes. Wow. This is not... So, is Twitch art usually just full of, like, sexual themes? Like, am I just noticing this after being on the platform for, like, a decade? Or, you can... I don't know. I don't browse Twitch, okay? Well, what do you do when you can't find someone that you want to stream? Like, do you just find the first thing that looks kind of decent? Don't browse the art section. Don't browse the art section. Don't browse the art section. I think I might have an art. Oh, yeah. Please do. I have nothing. only other 2 followers I have doing stuff are pretty large streamers playing Peak and horror games. Yeah, I don't want to do that. While I wait for Syl to take a peek, I think I'm gonna clean up this image now because we're back. We good. I just need to clean up some layers. In my following is listening to background music. Oh, yikes. Dang it. It's otherwise chill though, and the music isn't too loud, but yeah. My brain cells. Let's see if anyone's doing co-working and studying. Wow, I really picked one heck of a spot to do an art stream. Like just in the smack dab middle of like a desert. You know what? My Twitch recommendations is recommending a person who is a buff salmon who talks about Jesus. Don't ask me why. I have no clue why. Oh. This cool guy doing a very sensory. Please. Oh. You got me so hard with that soul. I was like, no, you found someone? Mr. Yeah. Yeah. One of my recommended is someone called Salmson VT. And it's just a buff. It has a fish for a head and a buff man body and has a cross around his neck. And I think I've seen him once on Instagram, like reading out like proverbs. And I'm just like, what? What are you trying to sign me up for? Oh, creative. Working on my VTuber child. Let's see what we can find. Teaching carving. Nah, I don't think I would. That sounds like something I would do. Like I'd go watch, but chill and draw with me. Oh, this is kind of a cute art style, and it's not 18 plus. Lord Spiky Fish. Wow, I didn't realize it would be this hard to find somebody. I'm kind of having a little bit of choice paralysis. Oh no, this person's art style is beautiful. We're rating this person. Okay, they're called Reliable. R-E-L-Y able. Their art style's so cute. Oh, it's so adorable. I love that. Let me go ahead. I'm just gonna, you know what? Where's my color layer that has all the little speckly bits on it? This one? I'm gonna quickly clean up. Because I want to raid them before they disappear, before they get off my radar. I'm taking a sip. Everyone take a sip if they want. Okay. Alright. You know what? Let me just go ahead and crop resize this. Shoop. No, I need to have that tall reset because of the speech bubble. Done? Oh, you know what? I need to clean. Ah, I need to clean up. I need to clean up. I need to clean up. Okay. All right. Oh, I hate being in a rush. Go ahead and trim out all the back bits here. You won't be be able to see what's going on, but essentially what I'm doing is I'm just going to all different layers and erasing outside of the bounding box. It's just kind of... Sometimes I get a little bit messy on the whole thing. Har har. Okay, light layer. I literally just need to double check my lights, make sure everything's fine, and then we're totally gonna raid out there. Oh, I'm so excited. Let me see if they're still going. They've been going for 7 hours? Okay, you know what? I don't want to risk this. We're gonna raid now. And I'm just gonna finish this up in my off screen and post it to Sleepy because there's not much left. Alright. So let me grab their name. Yeah, no. Let's say if they're going for 7 hours, they're not going for much longer. Raid 2. Paste. Get rid of all this extra gaff. And let's do raid. Go ahead and copy the raid message. May contain sexual themes. I don't care. No. No. What? No. Okay. Let me pop into my own stream now. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Y'all are wonderful beings. And as soon as my thing says we can raid in, I'm going to go ahead and raid in. I do not want to miss this raid. Have a good day, everyone. Oh shoot, I haven't stopped screaming. Hold on. I'm pulling a Nabu.